Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our Republic, building our Incinerator area. And last time we also discussed on what to do next. Which is going to be a chemical plant setup, I believe. We decided, or Chet suggested, that we should build a chemical plant setup on our way towards the coal mine area. So I think we might build the coal mine, the building for the mine itself, like place it, plan it. And the road and rail connections are pretty much set in stone towards it already. But before then, this area could turn into a chemical plant setup, where we have a smaller settlement that makes sure that the chemical plants do not burn down. And then Segadoara would basically have the option or the task to provide enough workers to make sure that the chemical plants are actually running at full capacity. We're starting out using one of our 2 spare researchers to research chemical plants, to have that as an option. And for that we need chemistry. And we'll research that full speed. So the plan for today is set, I guess. Try and develop chemical plants while waiting for the incinerator area to get built. We have to go over here every now and then and assign construction tasks. But things are being built relatively quickly. After everything has been built, we also have to set up the maintenance construction offices, the repair station with its resources, and set up the waste incineration itself. While that is happening, I guess we can already start thinking about how to hook this one up. So I'm thinking that vehicle-wise, there's not going to be that much traffic on the road. There will be a train station to deliver workers by train here. And it should be an electrified train, so we shouldn't need to worry too much about the fact that we have trains on the network, as long as we provide electricity. I think the industry will be close towards the main road itself, and the settlement will be over on that side. It could grow a little bit, but as I said, I would like to also develop Segadoara a little bit more, because I feel like that the city should be basically developed into a larger settlement, supplying all the workers needed to everything in the surrounding areas, and then having an electrified train setup that can move between the different industries, first starting out with a chemical plant setup. So the chemical plant would be about here, and I think we have to bring the workers over the road before unloading them. And I would like to avoid intersections if possible, because it is kind of a main road. We also have to think about how we produce chemicals, because we can't use distribution offices. Chemical plants require a lot of connections. But it should be fine. Should not be too difficult. Okay, chemistry has been researched. I think that is the only research we need, if I remember correctly. There are the chemical plants. Very small, require 60 workers each, and a whole bunch of resources. We're talking about it. A lot of them can be carried by forklifts. We can carry crops, wood, and the chemicals themselves by forklift. Gravel, oil, water we have to bring in via other connections. But it should not be too difficult. Like, we could have a single train here, importing some oil. Alternatively, at some point, connect Colata to the rail network, but I think that will take a while. Also, we could just have a truck route bringing the oil here. And that would also be possible. But yeah. We'd have the passenger platform for unloading workers here. I think we also need a passenger platform inside the village itself, because I don't want to overbuild them. They need to go to Segadoara to deal with what they need. They need to go there to study, they need to go there to maybe visit the cinema. So we might have 2 train stations where they go to unload workers here first, then go in here, and then go back to Segadoara. Could be a bit complicated, because if we have multiple settlements here, they should in theory be visited in sequence, and I guess the passenger platform might be its own thing if it is for the settlements. Hello Ozan, welcome. So that is still up in the air. Money wise, we only have 15 million US dollars. The game took all of our billions away by dividing them by 100. But I did agree to that, because it makes it feel look a little bit more normal. But everything is really cheap now as a compensation, so we still have way too much money. If we look, for example, how much would a section of road cost of like 200 meters? Okay, let's pick up something expensive. Let's do a heating pipe which has steel in it. Heating pipe of 250 meters. 3,400 US dollars. So yeah, we can build a lot. Okay. What to do? If we have one train station that handles both things, so workers for the industry and the passengers for the town. A small train station should still be able to handle that, because it's 600 people. So I guess we would have a shared train station here. If we have a walking distance of like 200 meters to the road, 300 meters. That's a little bit far, but I guess we don't have to build all that way. I mean, we can walk up to 480 in a straight line with the correct footpaths. This would work as a stop for the trains over here, I think. And then I guess we would have the industry connected and run over here, and the settlement would be closer towards the train station. Hopefully leaving enough of a gap to not cause any pollution in the area. That's, I guess, the main concern, the pollution. I would like there to be... I mean, the workers from the settlement only have to provide workers to the fire station so this doesn't burn down. We don't even need the settlement. If we're bringing workers here by train anyway, we only need the chemical plants and they're working it locally. But I do like the idea of a settlement being in the vicinity and making sure everything stays running, even if there might be a hiccup with the train or something, just as a precaution. We also have to build the rail construction office, the new one, before we start building any of these train lines. So there are a few things that we need to do before we start developing this. But planning wise, we can think about the whole concept. The trains could come in and turn around and drive back out, or they could have a drive-through station. And then there could be a train line along here if there are trains that skip this stop, which would make sense. We could then in theory turn this into a high-speed rail network, where we have 3 or 4 train lines in parallel. Maybe only 3, because we need maybe one that goes to the villages and one that would be high speed all the way to the coal mine, and one return train, because I don't think on a return trip we would pick up people from the villages. I'm not sure. Chemical plant wise, we barely have any chemical consumption. Basically, Segadoara and Hellas use chemicals for water production, and I think that's about it. Which I guess does use some chemicals because, well, we have a few people. 89 tons of chemicals per year. That would be 160, 240. So with less than a ton per day for a year, we would have enough production for our current demand. But of course it doesn't end there. If we at some point start running food factories, distilleries, we need more drinking water. And then we need to have more chemicals. So I guess this is the start setup that we need before we can actually start expanding our food production as well. If we get everything set up, I think in this case I will plan the industry first and then try and find a way to set up the residential site to make sure the fire station is covered. This will also generate a ton of pollution in terms of like sewage, which we will have to bring somewhere. This is way too high to dig an artificial, well, it's only 20 meters high. We could dig an artificial ditch, but I don't like doing that. I like to use the existing, so I guess sometime I side dig it. No pun intended. Let me do a quick check if my microphone is working correctly. I'm gonna listen to myself real quick. That was the wrong one. That should be... Alright, sounds fine. Okay. So sewage-wise, we probably need a dedicated sewage pipe going all the way along the road into the river. Although if we start polluting this area excessively, then Segadoara might run into issues. And maybe Luhasisk. This could be, in theory, I mean, if we're producing chemicals, then we can also run a water purification plant in the area with the same chemicals, I assume. A water treatment plant. So the sewage we would be generating wouldn't be as highly polluting. But is that even is that like a good idea? Seems like it. Half a ton of chemicals would definitely be able to handle multiple chemical plants. And then if we dump the sewage into the river, it wouldn't cause as much of an outcry, I think. We do have a sewage discharge here that we could use. And then we would need to run the sewage all the way to the road, and then it would be able to just go downhill from here. There's an uphill section for the road here. That is the wrong side. Where are we? Where is the coal mine? Here we are. There's an uphill section here for the road, all the way to the heating plant area. Which we then could also hook up to the sewage network, but we would need sewage pumping stations to move it from down here to up here. And then through Segadoara into the river. Not sure what the pollution level here is currently. But chemical plants would turn this into a nightmare if it is untreated, I would imagine. And I guess the chemical plants could just produce, and there would be a delivery route to the sewage treatment. I was looking at the wrong thing, sewage treatment. 0.6 tons of chemicals. I think that would be fine. If we develop the chemical plants around this. We need to... This would do 165 cubic meters of water. And the chemical plants produce 20 cubic meters of wastewater from just the process of creating chemicals. So divide by 2 and then divide by 10. That would be 22 chemical plants. It could handle 22 chemical plants, which is a lot. And this one could handle 8. Which would also be fine. I don't know if everything should get a sewage treatment plant. I mean, the other processes are not that polluting. But yeah, I think if I would dump that type of raw sewage into the river, we would be running into a few problems with our population. So I think it's probably a good idea to consider the fact that we will have a sewage treatment plant here. Should probably shift it all over to the way I flattened it, but I guess the chemical plants will start lining up here regardless. This will probably be somewhat straightforward to set up. Now that I have a little bit more experience with the game, don't see that much of a problem here. Like 4 chemical plants are probably going to be fairly easy to set up, and then we can have 8 of them. I don't think I'll plan more than 4 though. We will already be exceeding our demand by quite a lot. And I don't like overproducing that much. I mean, 1 chemical plant for the start would be sufficient, I think. Because the current consumption seems to be enough. Of course, then again, running the water treatment plant will also take a bunch of chemicals. So I guess at least 2 might be the right choice. And then we have to make sure everything here hooks together correctly. I believe that will not be difficult. I will eat my words, I believe. But as long as we make sure that the towers are hooked up somewhat reasonably and they can have their road connection without too much of a problem. Okay, this is going to be the tricky part, I guess. Because we can't have... yeah. If we build like that, too close together, it will not be easy getting a road through here. And also the conveyor connection across will be more difficult. But that should work. Good day, comrade. Your idea of a second warehouse connected to the freight train station doesn't work. It does work. It does work. I'm gonna open your stream and I'm gonna look at it muted. So, what am I looking at? I guess I'm gonna... So what does not work here? Does the food go into the warehouse? Yes, 0% and does not work? Okay. Interesting. I thought it would work. I mean, it's basic. I guess it has a connected storage that has a certain capacity. I guess the forklifts are. I guess it doesn't work. Then it doesn't work. That was just an idea. Alright, thumbs up to that. Good luck. Use a truck distribution route and bring them over by truck to the warehouse and then it'll work, instead of the forklifts, I guess. Should be fine. If you transport them over by truck, they have more capacity and you can have them in the warehouse instead. Then you don't need to tear up the road again. Okay, back to our experimentations. What do we have here? We have a bunch of rail construction vehicles trying to get into this area. And they're blocking each other. That might work. Where are you trying to go? Okay, I'll send that train out manually. And last one. Hopefully that will allow these trains to move into the construction sites that they want to move into. Where were we? Chemical plants. So the problem we have now is that these chemical plants are slightly too close and we can't get the road connection through here. Which is not that much of a problem, and if I move this over a little bit and make sure we can get a road connection to the conveyor through. Plus it'll leave a little bit extra space. I don't think this will work, but I'll give it a try. We will give it a try. If we can save a little bit of space for no reason. Yeah, this is going to be too narrow because I can't even draw the road out of here anyway. We could alternatively have a tunnel in here, but then we also don't have enough room, so not that easy. This is going to be the conveyors are going to be the problem in all of this, right? What if I try to go for something a little bit more asymmetric? So I think we need this one, definitely. And then if we get the conveyors slightly slanted, this should allow us to get the road connection out of there, I believe. If it does the factory connections. So we can definitely draw a road out of here. However, the corner is still the problem. We can't go through this. Too narrow. Okay. Then I guess we're going to set up something a little bit more compact, where we have not 4 factories hooked up to this setup, but we'll instead get another row of these with another conveyor behind them. And that will be guaranteed to not run into any of these problems. I would like to leave a little bit extra space. If I am going to leave space, then might as well use the grid snapping here. Like that. Then we still need the factory connections, but they don't need to be directly connected. The factory connections will be needed for the forklifts. They don't need to be connected to each other, so the initial plan was kind of incorrect anyway. It's gonna be a little bit of a nightmare having all of them connect to the same forklift garage if we want to do that. But I believe we might have one warehouse per group of chemical plants instead. So we don't have any bridges or overlapping other things. And then there would be one vehicle transporting the chemicals into a central warehouse, and from that warehouse we could make the distribution to our rail network. Which would be in Segadorha, and then this would turn into a hub for chemical pickups, I guess. So the amount of chemicals here might increase a little bit from the 33 tons we have right now. Otherwise some of the trains might get into a little bit of trouble loading them. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, forklifts would need to connect via a factory connection. I do like placing them diagonally these days for some reason. Looks better to me, but probably not. Also, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit different, I guess. Let's see. As I said, I will eat my words in regards to this being easy. One chemical plant is easy, multiple, not so much. And then of course, no distribution offices, so bringing the resources to everything. We could also have a truck unloading station instead, because if we don't use forklifts and we use trucks instead, the trucks would have a lot of capacity. The forklifts might run into distance issues where... should I use trucks again? I kinda wanna use trucks. Setting up forklifts for these is not gonna be easy. We have to see how many... because then I can supply multiple chemical plants with one road cargo station instead. Let's see. We have 5 or 4 resources. So oil and water don't matter, because oil will be piped in, water will be piped in. We're not going to transport that by truck. Gravel, I don't know yet. Gravel consumption is also really low, probably also going to be a truck. So we have gravel, wood, crops, and then the chemicals out. The chemicals we can theoretically load directly from each factory. And we can bring all other 3 resources in by truck into a road cargo station. So that would mean without a distribution office we could have 4 chemical plants supplied by 3 trucks in here and bringing the resources out of each chemical plant. I think that would be a way easier setup. If we move the gravel out into the conveyor connections, which I think we can do, then that would reduce that to 2 trucks, and we can move the chemical truck into the road cargo station itself too. So we need way fewer trucks delivering the chemicals out. And that would be even more efficient. So I guess we have to see... I could also combine the crops and... the crops and chemical trucks. Let's see. If I can combine the crops and chemicals trucks, that would be reducing the truck number by 1 even further. We consume 0.78. But we get more chemicals than we consume crops. So we would need to bring like 90% crops, and when the crops are unloaded, load full of chemicals, bring it off and bring more crops in. I think we'll do that. I think we'll try a massive for my standards, chemical plant setup and see if it's easily expandable. In the end, we will also have storages nearby for all of the resources. I'm not sure about the settlement area anymore, because I think this might be an industry just by itself, delivered by workers from Segadoara to a rail station here. We might have settlements for other things, but I think there will just be a fire station here, a train platform, and then the chemical plant setups with the storages. We might still build the settlement, but the pollution in this area will be horrendous. That's why I'm not sure we can plan for that at the time. Okay, so general concept wise, we have a road cargo station here, which will hold 3 trucks, which is all the chemical plants will need, at least according to current calculations. We then have 3 resources delivered to the chemical plants, and the other one, water and oil, will be directly pumped from the storage tanks. So the oil will get brought here, and the water will just be pumped out of the ground unfiltered. We don't need water purification for this. If we want the gravel to be brought in by conveyors, we might have to consider that. Then we could have a dedicated truck for crops and chemicals at that point. Okay, the factory connections will get in each other's way, so maybe it's only gonna be 3 chemical plants per road cargo station. Because if I build like this, the other connections will be a little bit more problematic. If we deliver the gravel here from a storage, okay, I am eating my words right now, so please stand by. But then again, we don't have a distribution officer, so this is a interesting challenge, at least for me. If we have the first chemical plant like this, and the second one, I guess we're only having 3 at most then. I mean, we could also only have 2, and multiple road cargo stations would be fine as well. Would make it easier to get the gravel delivered here, but let's see. Okay, construction trains still getting in each other's way. I don't know if you need to turn around or something. That could be the reason. If you're on the wrong track. I don't know. There should be enough signals to keep all of these separated. But maybe I need some block signals here, so they know that they can move through for the time being. Yeah, you're turning around. Okay. We'll check back if there's more warning messages. Let's go back to our chemical plants. So there would be resource storages here for all the resources, wood, gravel, etc. At some point we will have gravel hooked up by the train network and oil hooked up by the train network. Oil will take longer. Wood we already have hooked up. So there would be a single train bringing a bit of wood here into a storage, making sure this one stays filled. The gravel would come in through this way, with the potential for a road connection through this area. Okay, this is conceptualizing basically. This is nothing here is final yet. That's getting close. This is going to be the tricky bit for me. Okay, it works. Good. We could then move the gravel further out here if we want to, but I think this is fine. And maybe we can have another setup and the gravel moves in a zigzag pattern through this instead. The road itself will have to connect here, if it can. Excellent. And then we have the connection through this, which is also not a problem. Okay. So the gravel supply by train into a storage would bring gravel to the chemical plants. We will have a larger storage. The chemical plants do not need that much gravel, but if something goes wrong with our gravel supply because we're eating up the gravel because of other reasons. I'd rather have that here than not. It could be directly connected to the storage. The conveyor would draw it out into the factories. Yeah, I think this is okay. And then there would be a delivery platform where speed does not matter. So a small aggregate unloading station is going to be enough. Hello Sancho. Welcome. We're doing chemical plants. Can you imagine? I am deciding against most of the factory connections and I'm going to try and use trucks instead, because their consumption is so low. I will have direct truck routes into here. And we are going to see if that one works fine. Water supply wise, they need a lot of water, so I think we will also have a water well. A larger one. That is not drinking water quality levels. We need, where is it? 67%. If you keep your eyes around this area, when I mouse over the tooltip, it says required water quality 67%, below the 10 cubic meters of water consumption. Oh nice, but what happened to your money? The game asked me if I wanted to divide my resources and prices and everything by 100. So currently we would be at 1.5 billion US dollars. But it reduced all the prices, so if we take a look at the price of boards, it's 36 US dollars compared to 2.8 for crops. So we basically still have the money. Everything is just super cheap, except, yeah, everything is still ridiculous. Power is 0.04. Yeah, seems to happen at... I don't know exactly why it happened. I assume it happens at a certain level of US currency, but I don't know when it happens. I'm just assuming. The train line would have to move over this road. We can hook up multiple of these with the conveyor connect. I'm thinking of moving this back and having another conveyor, so I could split this up, but then again I can just also move conveyors out of this area. I guess that'll be fine. The train unloads directly into the storage, that is also okay. We're going to have a road connection here for eventual firefighters. Then we need a road connection through this area. And we need the storages for material deliveries. Basically a warehouse where we are going to store the crops in. Could be a grain silo, but I think a warehouse is fine. We don't need that much. And we do have options for large warehouses now, so... Could also have 2 warehouses, I guess. Could also use the warehouses with the rail connection, and then we don't need to transport it over to the Segadoara warehouse. Since the chemical production is relatively low, 520 tons of crops would be way more than enough. So I would have train deliveries into this area. Road connection wise, this is not ideal. I thought I could get a road through here, but this is way too narrow. I think the storages for that could be over here. I also want them to be not perfectly straight with the other setup. The rail line's gonna move in through this, in between, I think. Or are we gonna move it like that? There will be a train parked on most of these, except on the chemical warehouse, where I think it will go to the destination warehouse. I think our storage in I think it's going to be one train running around supplying all of the towns. So once it gets to Segadoara, it will move over here and fill up on chemicals and stop importing them from the customs house. We could still leave the chemical import on, so as soon as we don't produce enough anymore, it will start importing instead. But since we have warning messages on everything, I guess we can just omit that for the time being. This is getting a little bit narrow. Also, I wanted to build the steel mill here, and now we're building chemical plants. I mean, there's so much space here. Should hopefully be fine. Steel could also be on this area. We would have a storage tank for oil. And an oil unloading platform. Okay, yep. This is a lot. We basically need the storage facilities first before we can hook up the chemical plants to it. I could have all of the storage facilities on this side next to the train setup and then bring the resources over with a bridge to the industries, which might be more convenient. The gravel we can bring in via conveyor, oil via pipe, and the other resources by truck. I think this is how it's gonna end up. Okay. I mean, the other resources like crops would also need to be brought here by train. We'll get a factory cargo train station. We need to bring in how many resources for that? We have the chemicals, we have the crops, and we have the wood. That needs to go through that. So at least we need 3 trains. And it's a little bit close to the train line. I guess this is also going to be the off here, and then the train line is going to move through this. I don't want to have too many intersections on the main line. Wood, crops, chemicals. No drive-through train station for that. We could use a double. Yeah, we can use a double one, because the wood can be delivered to its own storage by train as well. Okay. And then one more for the gravel. This loading station and this loading station would go over here. And then from there we would pump it into the facilities themselves. If we can cross the road, that is. I guess with a single conveyor it will work, but I will probably place another one. Not 100% sure. Yeah, I think I want this road crossing to be a little bit clearer. We need to have the other conveyor closer to the storage to have enough room here to go underneath with other roads, I believe. That should work. The oil would have an oil storage tank in the area. And then this could continue on for another setup of this nature. Can we, however, connect this directly? Yes, we can. And the oil would get unloaded here and then pumped into the facilities. We have the gravel unloaded here by a train waiting until unloaded, filling the storage, and we can transfer that in a zigzag pattern into multiple of these. Maybe also up this way from the storage itself with more conveyors if we need to. The wood stored in the open storage. And right, this needs the warehouse still, so this is not going to work. Hopefully we don't need a pump here. Or we do need to set up the warehouse first. This would be the pickup location. Wait, we don't need that anymore, right? Because we could do that with the other warehouses instead, because we don't have the wood and other areas, the other resources connected anymore, which is the reason I wanted to use this initially. We can just have 2 dedicated warehouses instead, both of which have their own train connection. These ones. And I guess that means we could have the oil unloading closer here, so it won't become an issue. We would need a bridge here. This is basically only the access for repairs, maintenance, fire station, etc. To the warehouses they will have to drive regularly. These ones. And one of them would wait until unloaded for the chemicals, and this one only has one unloading station, so it could cause issues with maintenance, etc. So I think we'll also drop a road cargo station in these. This is not going to be easy with how this is set up. Now I want my train cargo station back, kinda, because I have a lot of factory connections on those. And all the other warehouses have more than one loading unloading station for vehicles. The other option is we just hook up a regular warehouse to this instead. And then when the train comes in here, it can also load this type of resource, but then we have only one slot for a train, and that is also not ideal. Interesting dilemma. I think we're gonna go back to a longer train station. With the warehouses. This one can only hold 120 tons of chemicals, which is a lot. We also need to deliver crops. Guess we're just gonna go with overkill. Are you kidding me? That is a much larger area than I thought it would occupy. This has 3 loading stations, so we can have one truck picking up the crops, one truck delivering the chemicals, and still have space left over. Okay, then we need the road connection, the bridge I mean. Through this area, bridge over here, hooking up into that junction, from which a fire truck can reach everything relatively equally, and the other trucks can go to from and to the warehouse and the wood delivery. So we need to pick up wood, crops, and bring chemicals here. I don't want a storage on this area for chemicals. They need to... There's one truck, yeah, bringing chemicals per combination of chemical plants, I think. Okay, so we're just going to put a simple bridge here. I'm gonna go for a different design, I think. If it lets me. Wish it was a little bit more centered. I don't like the prefab panel bridge that much. That would look pretty good. If it was one shorter... Okay, it needs the extra distance, otherwise it won't use the arc. Then I guess we'll have it like this. There are a few options with additional roads here. I think I have to extend it on this side a little bit. Why did it draw the bridge differently here? Did I miscalculate the range? Ah, now the road is gone. I do need my road here, otherwise it won't look right. Also, it needs to go downwards. Yeah, this is getting shorter. It feels like there's also the last section that needs to be a little bit longer. I think now it matches. I need the road back for grid snapping purposes, please. I think this looks how it should be. 98 meters to 94 meters. Yeah, the bridge has a kink here. This is proper. This goes smoothly. Here it flattens out, which I guess isn't the worst. But oh yeah, this one is too long. Oops. This one is too long by one. This is how it should be. Shouldn't it? I don't know. Elevation wise this is the same, but the bridge in the middle is slightly higher, so I guess this is what we are going to go with. Maybe a little bit of too long of a corner. Let's remove that one. Go with this one instead. The little bit of gravel road is just for fire trucks to go quickly to these. These are delivery routes for wood, chemicals and crops. And this is, I guess, service road for extinguishing fires here too. Slight problem. If this catches fire while there's a train waiting here to unload fuel, we'll have a problem. So I think I'll remove this road connection and bring it back here because I have the option for moving the factory connection to the back and having both the road connections on that side instead. That means we're going to shift this all over by a little bit, because this storage apparently is ginormous. Or I'll move it closer and just have the road connection from that side. Need our train station again, which can have the road connection here, I guess. Okay, that would be the access roads for wood. This would be a service road for a fire truck in this area. Can do a left-hand corner instead of having to take that tight junction. We have this connected, and the last thing now missing is the warehouse again, which will just hook up to this road and a factory connection, and then that one is fine. I just realized that I do need a road cargo station here if I want to have multiple chemical plants. For the reason that per chemical plant group of 2, we will have one truck delivering chemicals back, so there could be multiple here. If we want to have a setup of like 6 chemical plants, I need one road cargo station per 3 trucks. This is getting quite excessive. Or extensive, rather. Excessive? Not really. But this is very overbuilt to allow for a whole bunch of chemical plants to deliver their resources here. And I mean, with all of these resource connections, we could have run a lot. The oil train does not need to be long, I don't think. But we'll give it some room. Fire station would be in this area, able to go over the bridge, extinguishing fires. We still need our train station that delivers workers. That one is still open. This is very extensively overbuilt. We could cut down the length of this to... yeah. About here. And then use the other area to maybe get a train line through this, although we won't be able to get it through here anymore because this is too close, too narrowly built, too close to the road. Yeah, the oil is a little bit long. That's okay, I guess. Now, gotta redo that. That looks a little bit disgusting. We're gonna follow the curve here a little bit more. And for these ones too. There's not a lot of frequency of the trains delivering resources here, so all of it going through one train line instead of double tracking it is, I think, okay. Chemicals and all the resource deliveries are not needed in that high of a frequency, except for oil, I believe. So it would be one train that... No, oil is also only 1.2 tons, so... all of the resources delivered by train are okay if they arrive very infrequently. And per chemical plant we need 10 cubic meters of water. So with a 70 cubic meter water well, without workers, we could run 6 chemical plants. So 3 of these. Let's see if that one will connect. Oh, yeah, I mean, shouldn't be a problem because we're going to connect to here first and then from here to the pump. So we definitely have the range. And then the pump can be closer. And if we move the oil over, I guess we could think about having the train line for the passengers go through here and unload in this area. Which means we might have to expand the bridge a little bit. We could make the slopes a little bit steeper, I guess. But yeah, the oil tank needs to move. To allow for the train line to go through this area. The autosave is taking starting to take quite a long time. Relatively. Like, I never noticed it before. Because it was so quick, and now I definitely do. Service roads. Supply of oil. Train station through here for the workers. I don't want to have the train lines go directly over the main road, even though there's not that much traffic. So I guess we could just tunnel underneath all of this and then come out of this area as well. Does not like starting from underneath the bridge. But that's okay. So either we gap with a bridge across the road, or we tunnel underneath it. And then we'd hook up into, I think, these train lines to use the same intersection on the main. Fire station for the area. Important. Maybe even a technical office, just to make sure the roads are cleared. And then the technical office could clear the main road if it wants to. We don't have a connection to the main road just yet. We'll probably be over here once we figure out how to get across the main road with our train tracks, I guess. Bridge would be the easiest, I guess. Tunnel would leave a lot of area free. Take a little bit longer to build. How deep does the tunnel need to be to go underneath the road? Deeper than that. So this seems to be okay. And then we have to slowly come back up. Right. That was supposed to be the place for our rail construction office. Which was also supposed to hook up in here. And by the looks of it, we will need it by how much rail construction we will have to do. Okay, I mean, we can start the tunnel earlier for sure. Maybe directly after the conveyor. I don't like that steep tunnel, but if it works, Yeah. Really? Too narrow. Maybe I was still underneath the conveyor connection with this, so that's why it didn't let me place the tunnel. I must admit that I did not read the error message. So let's give it another try. I was indeed underneath the conveyor. This is only for construction. This should not need a main intersection. One of these will be enough for that purpose. Fire trucks. And then the rail line connection. passenger trains, basically. Autosave. I want to turn up the autosave time so it does less autosaves, but I know this could go very wrong. And yeah, the rail construction office, of course. Not sure what to do with that one yet. I mean, this is just concept again. This could change. We could try and pre-plan the rail construction office. I could move the rail construction office somewhere else to not make it look that weird. I could push it closer together. We could use the same intersection for the rail construction office here. No resources. Why are you so terrible at delivering resources? Small repair station. It's missing plastics. You're delivering plastics, but you're not delivering them. Guess we're not bringing enough plastics here. One of the vehicles required a lot more than I thought we would. Okay, you're done again. Yeah, this works best if we have a warehouse, so at least two road slots are left open. Ah, look at that. Bridge construction, very nice. Tunnel boring machine, also very nice. We're gonna have our rail line hooked up very soon. I need a vehicle route to bring workers to the incinerator area. Once we have the fire station set up, make sure they can keep everything up and running. Once the rail line has been built, we can also start delivering the electrified train that we want. This is such a ridiculous setup. What was I thinking? I love it. And this one I don't know yet. With the passenger train. We'll probably bring workers here by bus in the beginning. Make sure the fire station keeps everything safe. But later on we'll have to change that. I guess I'll put the rail construction office here soon. No extra. Maybe a dedicated storage for the resources. But I don't think the train delivery would happen that way. It would go into this storage and then delivered over by truck. Or we'll use a road cargo station again. That worked fairly well for other rail construction office. And with the resources all being nearby. Gravel we could hook up by conveyor, that would be fine, I believe. Then we could send the gravel. We send the gravel, and then we need 2 dedicated trains, otherwise it won't work. That is such a sharp corner. But this whole setup is pretty narrow. Anyway. We don't have a plan for a bus stop, so we could bring the workers to the train station in the meantime. Then we have to make sure that they can also walk to our chemical plants, so there will probably be an underground footpath coming up on this side. Then hooking up into the footpath connections over here. And will be nice, because this area is going to be heavily polluted. We'll put an underground footpath tunnel right here, so they can go underground as soon as possible, so they don't have to look at a heavily polluted sky. But what they don't know is that the pollution is actually heavier than air. It doesn't show it yet because it doesn't... oh, because we don't have built the tunnel yet. Now it shows it. That'll give us walking access to all of the local buildings. The metro at the Alice University is on fire for a second time, which is kinda crazy. There's a lot of people in here. I don't think the metro will stop while it's on fire. I mean, it'll stop but move. Pretty sure. Don't think it'll load anyone. Yep. Don't think anyone died. Very good work of our firefighters. Very quick. The incinerator looks like it's nearing completion. I did not build a road cargo station for that a warehouse for that repair station, now that I think about it. Which is going to be, because of train repairs, a slight problem. That is annoying that I forgot about that. I was so happy with that planning. Do I want to redo all of this? Not really. We could have a nearby warehouse with repair materials for the trains. And I guess vehicles, like road vehicles, aren't really going to be repaired that much locally, so I guess we are going to set up a warehouse here for storage of materials for the repairing of trains. And we will need 2 trucks, one that keeps the warehouse full and one that goes from the warehouse to the repair shop. I'm gonna set our construction offices over here to only build everything but buildings. And then we can start the infrastructure construction of all of this, I think. Not sure about the rail line yet. I think it's gonna stay that way. But we can only build that if we have our new rail construction office, I think. They can, however, now start building the road setup here automatically, without me doing anything. Build the road, build the bridges, we'll build the buildings last and then start with the fire station. Almost connected to the resource storages here too, which will make the building constructions go much faster once we have all the resources locally. I'll try running it only with one train delivering construction materials, because I don't think I'll be doing a lot of construction in Hellas while doing a lot of construction in Segadoara. But we'll see. We do have a decent buffer in each location. So if we decide to build multiple areas, we'll probably be fine. Okay, what was I wanted to bring the demolition office because I saw we had a demolition task. And I thought it was in this area. What building did I just see? Oh, it was, oh, right, it was at our incinerator area, I think. That was the other area I was checking, so... maybe not. What was the building I wanted to demolish? That was too far away. List of buildings. Show all 3 kilometers sort. I must admit I don't remember. I saw a building for demolition. I talked about some other things, went to get the demolition office, and then I forgot which building I wanted to demolish. And now I don't see the demolition task anymore. Well, at some point we're going to find it. We are going to find it again, and then we can assign it at that point. No need to sweat about it. No assignment of construction. They will do that by themselves, I believe. Really, what was that building? Come on. I thought it was a fire station. Oh, it was that one. Got it. I hope they add the icon for active demolition tasks at some point. There you go. Please demolish that. Thank you. I wonder if the high-speed passenger train line between Hellas and Segadoaha is going to run before we get the chemical plant set up. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. If we get the EDKs to deliver to this area, scrapping all of our old construction trains, there's a very high possibility that rail construction speed will start picking up pace. Because I think we will be able to deliver 3 times as many construction materials to each rail construction site. And at that point, rail construction speed should go up by quite a bit. $400 workdays on that tunnel. Ignore the signal for whatever reason you're not doing that. I mean, the main reason is probably that there's a chain signal here, so we'll change those. And you can continue building the rail line through the tunnel. Then we only have these tunnels left, which are already being built by our rail construction officers from the eastern border. And then we're hooked up. Then we can send trains, large rail construction vehicles, to our rail construction offices. And I still haven't set up the new and improved proper rail construction office in the area. Should I have it up here and move the hill over, connect it to the same line as this? Maybe flip it around so we can use the factory connection for the rail construction office directly. Well, I mean, it has already been built, so that's not going to be possible. Unless we demolish it. But the idea of having it on the same height, using the same train line, could be nice. However, we don't have a lot of terraforming vehicles in the area. Let's narrow it down to like half height here. We'll need a road cargo station and we need the rail construction office. And I think that's it. Excluding, of course, the conveyor connection for the gravel. But I think one road cargo station will be sufficient to run the rail construction office in the area. And we don't need to worry about directly hooking it up to the resource storage. If we run into the issue where we have to demolish something, then we still have to micromanage that. So I don't think I'll set it up in a way where demolition will work automatically, because it would then dump into an extra storage. Or do I? I don't think so. It would be a lot of extra construction for not a lot of benefit. Hello balloonist, welcome. We don't need to raise all of this. The road construction office is not that long. Question is if we get the road cargo station in place, which would need to be next to it. And of course the conveyors. And electricity in the area. We might not even need electricity. We can dump the gravel in with the current connection. Would slow down fuel loading a little bit. And we also need to worry about the road connection. So I need to build it something like this to leave room here for a road cargo station and the road connection around the building. And I'm not sure if that leaves enough room for the conveyors. Getting pretty narrow here. Sure. If we can use that connection, then I will do that, I guess. Let's try without this. Hello, Bernice. How's it going? It's going okay. Last day of vacation. Pretty tired. Gonna be a stressful week, I think. We'll see. How are you doing? Lucky man with the connections. It's all skill. All skill. No luck involved. And if it doesn't work, then it's impossible. That's how it is. There's only two options. If it works, it's skill, and if it doesn't work, it's impossible. That's okay, sadly weekend's almost ended. Yep. That is indeed almost over. Ah, these autosaves. My save game might be becoming a little bit too big. Gotta restart, it's taking too long to autosave. I don't think we need electricity. As long as this one has electricity, I think this area won't need it. We'll try it. Like that. So we'll have gravel be delivered by train to this area. With a dedicated train, once everything is hooked up. Prefab panels, steel, bricks and boards have to be brought in by truck. We will need fuel. I hope we have enough delivery spots. I believe so. We don't have to. We have the gravel truck, so we're one closer to what we had in the beginning with our first rail construction office. Here we still have a truck delivering gravel here. So we will have steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards. That leaves us with 2 loading stations, one of them being fuel, which we could also have set up to wait until unloaded. Because the rail construction office will be getting quite busy, can have up to 8 rail construction vehicles in it. And we might fill it with all slots being full. A bunch of them will be existing tunnel boring machines, but we need, if we have like 2 tunnel boring machines, we need then 6 EDKs. 2 of which we already have, so we need to buy 4 of them. I guess we had a lot more space than I thought we would. But that's also because we didn't build the extra storages that I thought we would construct around the rail construction office, so... Decent bit of space left. It's getting quite cluttered up here though. Fire truck from this area through here to the rail construction office should be doable. And we also have snowplows in the area. 2 of them. Which can hopefully make sure that everything is covered. We need to set you to only transport machinery by truck, please. Don't let them drive around by themselves. We do have a long haul truck to carry the very heavy equipment. Two points about the game. 1, used vehicles. 2, research thing. I write it to don't forget to tell you. What about those things? Used vehicles? I usually don't use them so far. I might try a run with them. I like new, pristine vehicles. Research, we did research the chemical plant recently, and we've been setting it up. I'm gonna speed up the game again. But since we're nearing the construction completion of our incinerator setup, we'll have to focus on that one. Number 1, used vehicles. You know I play now only used vehicles, right? No, I wouldn't know that. Okay. Isn't that a little bit fiddly? Segador, I should not build these. Undersign. You should all build these. Autosave while demolishing. Careful with that demolition tool, I guess. The road is connected, so I guess we don't need that entrance here anymore. I played, and after buying a good amount of used vehicles in the same border, the game don't let me buy any more. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. So the game limits the amount of used vehicles you can get. Okay. Test it. If we take another customs house, it works again. I think each customs house has its own used vehicles. I don't know. Which makes it really fiddly going through all of them and finding a used vehicle if that's the case. W50, KSM, etc. And this one has the same ones. So it looks like each customs house has the same vehicles. I don't know. Maybe if I buy one, then the other one would still have it. Point is a limit. Okay. Then I don't know what's going on. Also, I wanted to rebuild this thing. I wanted to shorten this section of bridge because I think it looks silly. So I can go down from this area already to touch the ground and then move along here. That means I need a... Reworking that would be a little bit annoying, but not too much. I think if we just had this here. And this here, I think that would work, right? Because if they arrive here, they can use this one and the dirt road to go this way. And if they want to head over there, they can go, instead of taking this road, they can go here, drive across and go that way. So yes, I think this will allow us to redo this bridge, because I want to. Problem with this is that the construction vehicles might not be able to get back home after they pick up waste, so I also need a dirt road here. That should allow them to go back into the loop. As long as this is not a one-way road, which it shouldn't have been. Second point was research. In the medicine uni there is a research that parents have more children. Yeah. This research is not forever. Yes, you can repeat that research. It counts for like a year. And then you have to redo it. So you can basically adjust it. And do a research over and over again. can't believe I'm tearing up that bridge just because it doesn't look pretty. But I guess that's kind of what we do. It's also messing up all the one-way roads now, which I really, really dislike. I don't know if it's because of the dirt roads, but it might be. This is really ugly. It works only when it's marked and after the average is over? I don't think so. I can definitely feel the population growth like 6 to 9 months after the research is done. For tile is advantage, not average. Let's get that demolished. We'll go to about ground level here and then have a little bit of still bridge, but not as high up. Yeah, the effect. I think it also happens while you do the research, but I think the effect is also noticeable 6 to 8 months later. Because when I did my run with where I started with only 10 people, I noticed that basically. We had to get a medical university to make sure the birth rate stayed nice and high. Had to pay close attention to all of that. Oh yeah, we don't need a bus route, we have a cableway station. Right. Once the cableway station is in place, we have to bring in some cableway cars and tell one house to send all of its workers over here, I guess. Let's prepare a truck for bringing in the cableway cars. It's going to be small ones, and we have to bring them from all the way over here. I think we're going to use, for the incinerator, we're going to use these ones. We'll start with like 8. Gonna get a truck to carry them. And then we have to wait until, well, we don't have to wait. I think we can already deliver them, I believe. Guess we're gonna find out. How are you allowed to drive? Oh, you're flattening this road. I thought you were driving home. Never mind. Everything is in order. Yeah, that warehouse is gonna be a little bit of a nuisance, but we'll see. We don't need train repairs that often. I don't remember what trains even need to repair. I think it's the same as cars, basically, just a lot more resources. And if it is, then we can keep everything the same. And this train is not damaged enough to show us. Guess we'll have to check one of our lumber trains, logging trains maybe, or the iron trains. Steel, mechanical components, lots of mechanical components, some electronic components. Okay, it looks like it might be way more mechanical components, but that is only one example. 28%, 32, 38%. Steel, mechanical components, electronic components. I don't see fabric here. But you never know. If a train gets really damaged, there's probably also a little bit of damage on the fabric. Let's see if we have a train that is... Well, let's check the map for our most damaged train. Rail construction vehicle. Yep, there's some fabric. But otherwise it's the same, like steel is its own thing, then mechanical, then plastics, then electronics, and then least of all is fabric. But it's a lot of mechanical components, that's for sure. So I guess the repair of trains is the same as vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, same components, just more. So we should be good, because we already have that figured out pretty much. I need a supply of resources to the warehouse, and then from the warehouse we can make sure that the trains are adequately supplied with repair materials. Planes do indeed use aluminium, yeah, that's true. And I think we'll give it a ton of steel. Or 20 tons of steel. Once the truck is done delivering the cableway cars, at that point we will tell it to take over the steel deliveries. Looks like we only have to transport 2 times. Wait, are you heading back? I guess you're heading back. So maybe we do need the active cableway connection before we can bring them in. Or did it unload 2 of them? Because the back of the truck looked fairly empty. Yeah, 2 are delivered. Well then, I guess you will have to wait here until the cableway car station is done. And we'll send you back out soon after. Train line into the depot is also done. The way out has not been fully built yet, but hopefully that won't be too much of an issue. We have to think about which train to get for hauling the waste for incineration. I'm basically thinking a very powerful train, because we are not going to get to top speed, we want acceleration and that's it. We should buy them at a customs house that has a train connection. Just saying. It's gonna be the 4... no wait. Oh, they're all pretty good. Speed doesn't matter. We can get a VL80K, I think. 6,400 power would be quite nice. It is really just a very short distance that it has to travel, and it basically just does nothing useful. But I want it. We're gonna get it. We will have to have it, because I want it. And we will deliver it right now. Our train delivering metros will need an adjustment, so that we can send it to the area where we are going to build electrified railroad. That delivery should already be possible. It won't be able to leave yet, because while it can go all the way back here, this area is not set up for being on the wrong line of the train, of the double track. A bit of a fire. Train moved out of the way. There's our fire truck. Very few people, but there are some people in it. That didn't look that great though. Why are there so few people here? Must have been a temporary thing. Is this repair station getting overloaded, or is it just a coincidence that there's 2 vehicles queued up? If another vehicle queues up, we'll have to investigate. If it's only the bus, then we'll be fine. Looks like we might be fine. Okay. If a vehicle travels here, like all of the bus route, they could indeed decide to get repairs in that area. Okay, so the same thing happened again where these buses wanted to use the same stop. And this one is basically a very old route set here to wait until unloaded. Yeah, Mr. Bus, that is... oh wait, I think that one got replaced and now it's too long, where it leads to issues. Oh yeah, it wanted to move into the correct spot, but the truck was just too long, I guess. Also keep an eye on that, I think. Thankfully there's nothing critical here. Now it moved into the other one, which I guess is fine. Should be easier to move into this than the other side. We'll see if it causes any problems again. We'll get a traffic jam warning as soon as it does. Cableway station is hooked up, which means we can have 23 cableway cars. That means you can do your delivery of the existing ones and bring the remaining ones over here. And then end your route in that depot. We'll get a fire truck down here. Still have to build the tunnel because I wanted to, not because I have to. Footpath tunnel here, just because it looked nice. And then the other footpath is along here, where they will have to walk along the electrified train track. Hopefully they're careful. Where's our other train? There should be a route assigned for it. I also never built planes, I don't think, but I did scrap them, and I think they have aluminum. Okay, that should be the electrified train that we need. How many crops did we produce? 10,000. Seems like that number is not going up much. I'm not sure if it's because of low fertility now, but I feel like we should have a way higher production. Fertilizer is definitely not available in sufficient quantities. We still need our food production set up to start churning out a lot more biological waste. Also have to electrify all of that railroad at some point. At which point we will have to bring electronic components to these rail construction offices. But maybe at that point we already have the setup inside Segadoara, where everything is going to be centralized. I'll bring the other construction offices here too, so they can help a bit, especially during winter. Lots of bricks being used. Okay. Not sure for what. I don't really pay that much attention to what I'm building. What I'm building constructions out of. But there could be a tunnel. There could be a bridge that I placed. It might be this bridge actually, the train bridge here. Pretty sure that's eating a lot of bricks. $700 per side. The train bringing construction materials will have to deal with that a little bit. Oh yeah, and the incinerator also requires bricks, I guess. That is true. But we almost got all of them. Just a bit more steel, and then the machinery installation after the outer hull of the building is done. A fire truck here has arrived. We should bring down some workers to it. We'll allow workers to wait here. So you are actually not going to the bus stop anymore. Cableway station. I guess you can go to the bus stop if neither of these buildings will allow you to go there. But the cableway station should. And we'll restrict the amount of workers in the kindergarten down to 5. Crime issues, culture, sport. I think crime issues are like a thing of the past, now that we have the active police station here. And the other ones are related to the bus route maybe being insufficient. We have 6 buses running. And we would need like about 8 for full saturation. But they're not gonna get it, I don't think. Very good. Get some workers here, get some workers in the fire station. Once we get the extra cableway cars, we should also be able to run the incinerator. If we have enough workers, that is. I think the kindergarten should be dealt with by someone else, so... You're all gonna send everyone you have to the cableway station. And if they aren't getting picked up, then they can go to all facilities except the heating plant, so... I think this will work well. A little bit of an extra footpath that the people have to walk, but they can deal with it. We'll set up the repair materials. Do we have 8 cableway cars now? We do. We need to bring steel and we need to bring, well, the other materials. Both of them should come from... They should come from Segadoara, but they aren't getting delivered here yet. But I guess I can set them up. I'm not gonna start those until we actually have the materials available. But yeah, the train line over there is getting built and getting close towards being finished. One of the logging trucks is stuck again with repairs. They'll give us another message soon enough, and then we can send it back home. And then I guess we can balance the amount of workers going down here by the amount of cableway cars we have. That should work well. If they come back here, then yes, they should get unloaded, I guess. So, if a cableway car comes back with workers, please unload it. But down here they should only really get unloaded. There's no reason for workers to get loaded in this area. Our newly bought truck will also have to pick up resources from Segadoara as soon as they are available. We don't really have a large warehouse here, but we still should bring the basic materials for vehicle repairs locally. And then we need a third or a second truck, I guess. A third truck total, a second covered hull truck. to make sure the materials are brought from the warehouse to the repair station. Okay, that is 20%, 50% total, 90%, 100%. And we need one more truck like that for the route, as I said, between the repair station itself and the storage. And then we have it set up. Unfortunately, the warehouse isn't directly connected to the repair station, so I could have saved one truck, but it's not that bad, I guess. We will only have one slot for repairing vehicles in this building. Other trucks, basically. And there could be an issue if a truck is scheduled to get repaired while another train is already being repaired. And then we basically run out of capacity. When the truck that is getting repaired is the one bringing in mechanical components over on that short distance. That would be a problem, potentially, that I could see. If that happens and if it becomes annoying, then we can relocate this electric connection back further and put the warehouse here, I think. So, it wouldn't be impossible to do that, just a little bit annoying. We can make it work with the trucks, then it'll be fine. But we saw how many mechanical components the train repairs needed, so definitely put a possibility that it could happen. Kindergarten first, I guess. Other people are running into unemployment issues because they can't keep the kindergarten sufficiently staffed, and that's a little bit irritating. Actually, no. Let's remove the kindergarten again. And just up the number of workers so the other buildings can send the appropriate amount to that building themselves. Any waste can be stored here. It's basically either mixed waste or hazardous waste, but we can't set a checkbox on both of them. It's an either or. If a train delivers mixed waste, then another train should be allowed to drop hazardous waste on top of it, so we can't set a checkbox, otherwise it'll prevent that. But any waste is treated equally. We can incinerate all of them. Maintenance construction offices. We'll pick up the resources from here. I don't really have a pickup location for gravel. I guess the maintenance construction offices won't pick up here because there's no construction materials. Well, they are going to pick up the other components, these ones. But gravel, asphalt and concrete are still in Klipiosk, which is about the same distance. There's not that much difference here. We only need to set up one construction office and then we can copy the assignments. I just wanted to deselect the assignment list so I can just go like that, and gravel there. Workers will be picked up on Hellas would be the safe option, but at that point when maintenance becomes relevant, I think we will have enough workers over there. Mechanical and electronic components can be picked up from here, which should also be part of that warehouse. Let's see, 10, 20, 30, 75, 80, 90, 100. So we need to cut down 1 by 2 to make the numbers fit. And I guess I'm gonna go down on food by 2 and put the fabric back in. Excuse me? Oh, you're getting repairs. I thought you're like, why is that truck delivering food to my repair station? What the hell? We don't have any materials yet, so you are not allowed to repair here. Go somewhere else. Everything else seems to be hooked up. Just got the delivery location for the hazardous waste and the footpath exit, which, yeah, they can just walk around, so it's not urgent. But otherwise, the incinerator can now operate as soon as we have the train lines hooked up and we can start bringing waste here. At that point, we'd be ready. Still have to build the electrified railroad. I think I'm gonna start increasing priorities in this area, so we actually get everything hooked up, and we can start bringing in deliveries, which would be nice. There's not a lot of construction that needs to be done, and if the rail construction officers decide that they are willing to build all of that, then yeah, we'll have it soon. Few construction tasks are assigned now with high priority, and the other ones that should be able to construct through the building going onto other construction sites after the first ones are done. Chemical plant construction area also progressing. As I said, we are only building the roads and other connections. We will leave the buildings for last. We still have to set up electricity, water and sewage, which is going to be truck based, except no, it's not. We have to bring the sewage out of this area and think about the possibility of a sewage treatment plant, which could be in this area. Then maybe a second setup for more chemical plants. This is going to be... Chemical plants without a distribution office are annoying. Like, a distribution office makes it so easy, because they just get occasional deliveries. But now we have to worry about how many trucks can be there and what happens to them. We will build the fire station. But we can only really bring workers to this area once the train station is set up. And then we could have a bus route bringing workers here, I guess. Segadoara might also need to increase its amount of population for everything to work. Might be a little bit low. There is our truck causing problems. You're over here. Well, now you can go get repairs. Or maybe it was a different one. I don't know. There could be multiple. Feels like it usually happens on save game reload, soon after at least. But I don't know. We're gonna start building a few extra residential structures in here. I think I'll leave no other room for more student halls. I think one of them should be enough. You are connected to heating. Are you not? Yes, you are. It's closer than the sewage, it's just hidden underneath. Start developing a few extra houses. Should have no problem reaching any of this area. We will, however, give the option for a pedestrian footpath out on that side, I think. Autosave. Okay. This one is not hooked up to a waste storage, but it's already being used, so we have to fix that up as well. At some point I will have to set the construction offices back to basically building everything, instead of just being selective about it. Skipping all the building constructions. But infrastructure construction is the correct thing to do. And for the building construction we can then bring the other construction offices to bear next to Hellas, because they will have a shorter route towards the resource storages. Once we are bringing resources here for basic building construction, then yes, they can build everything again. Looks like everything is in place now. Except the tunnel. Very few workers during winter. No snowplow actively running here right now. Could lead to the situation where the rail construction office stops working. We also don't have any workers in these cars. They will presumably get here in time, yeah. Oh no, it was too far away. Looks like it was snowing and they didn't make it. Ah well. I don't know about you. We're out. Are you gonna move back before the bus unloads? Yes. That is too far. Unfortunate. But it's not that far away, thankfully. I don't know. I like the challenge of like being restricted by the terrain. Building a train yard that wide feels kind of weird. Should have put them in sequence, I guess. And then have the train line next to it and then going into the individual spots for... Yeah, that would have looked way better. Oh well, I guess we learn by doing things, so it's fine. This is a weird train yard for sure. I like this one a lot. There are some in parallel, but it stretches out into the length more than the width. The rail line should be... I mean, the tunnel construction will take a while, but once the tunnel is done, the last bit of railroad shouldn't be that much of a construction task. This tunnel will have to wait a bit. This one has 1,100 work days left. And then we, I guess, still have this tunnel, which only has 200 days, so... 2 construction tasks with an EDK and that tunnel will be done. 100 on that bridge. And everything else in the area is done. We can, in theory, then get to the customs house over here. And I think in practice as well. At that point, this rail construction office would become obsolete. We don't have a road connection to this area. This might all like collapse and fall together. I might just ignore it. Stop the bringing of like firefighters, move all of the vehicles into storages and just let everything like slowly degrade. It's a little bit sad. But the road construction will take quite a long time. I mean, we have the repair station. It will take a very long time. But getting the foreign workers is... Okay, it doesn't look as expensive anymore, but it's still 80,000 rubles per month, making us lose a bit of money, so... I don't think the vehicles have any use after that, so I think I'll just stop the bringing of foreign workers. We'll definitely recover the reconstruction vehicles. But the other road vehicles, I don't think so. Snow is close to melting. The fire station has been torn down, very good. We have another fire station in the area now, it's fine. Yeah. The amount of workers at the cableway station is consistent. Seems like we always have people to pick up, full cableway cars. So now we know that we need a lot more workers here if we want to run the incinerator at full capacity. And at that point we would also need to extend the amount of workers living in this area. But for the start I think like running at like a fifth of the capacity will be okay. I also need to hook up this because this is taking the waste away from the area. I guess we also have to build those. We can start incinerating already, but yeah, we kind of need that waste to also be carried away from this area, which should be doable by just one train. And then we need to increase the efficiency by dealing with the construction waste and maybe metal scrap before it goes into the waste itself. I don't really want to sift through the waste that much after we've all collected it into one giant pile. But it might be more efficient. Biological waste definitely has to be brought out first, though. You look like you have camouflage painting. You ought to get some repairs done. But then again, you're also going to go to the scrapyard soon, as soon as we're connected to the eastern border. So I guess it doesn't matter that much. Help with the construction on these, please. Thank you. For the electrification of the train track, that short section, I guess we'll bring the other rail construction office to bear that already has electronic components. But for now we just have to build it first. And hopefully they'll decide on doing that soon. Would have maybe been smarter to have the waiting line be in the middle, so we don't ever have to cross this one. But there should be no train parked here, so it does not matter that much. We still have to wait for the oncoming traffic anyway. This is ever going to be mixed waste. Nothing else. This could be either mixed or hazardous. I think I'll build one more residential building if I can squeeze it in here. If not, then I guess I'll put it somewhere else. But yeah, some more residential buildings are going to be useful because the incinerator will be very important. So increasing the amount of workers in the area, definitely a thing we should do. And we also have to fill up the local construction offices with equipment. We don't have the resources yet, but the vehicles could already be here. It'll be one covered hull, one open hull, no long haul, one bus, concrete mixer, dump truck, and road crane. It's funny to me that this thing has its own waste storage still. But I guess it makes sense. If you want to recycle, then you would like to pick that up, I guess, and recycle it before it gets chucked back into the incinerator. And no incinerator recycling run could be interesting. So you have to sift through the waste without ever incinerating it. I don't know. Could be quite annoying and difficult. I don't know why that one was red, but it probably had something to do with that whole junction going through here and blocking everything. But they're building it, so soon we'll have the option to deliver things. But we have to wait for the electrified railroad first, so we can move the material from here to actually incinerate it and dump it in here. I think the amount of waste we're producing is going to be quite high. So we should also be prepared to move the material out of the area again. I will, as soon as we can move the other train out, assemble a waste train to do just that. For that we need basically this short section of track. I'll put it on high priority. And about 6 waste cars again. I mean, we could go for a little bit longer this time. Might be acceptable. Also, I would like to pick that up from the faraway customs house, because then I only have to run like once or twice instead of like 3 or 4 times that I have to do on this short thing. Wrong train car. I misclicked. That's gonna be expensive. Ah, it's okay. EAS waste, this one. We'll try for a longer train from the incinerator, because a lot of towns will deliver to it. And I want to make sure it doesn't run into too many problems. Okay. Sure. So now this truck suddenly is blocking everything. For some reason, because they can't drive around it. I don't know why that's happening. I think it's game performance autosave. Maybe something messing up the path of the vehicles a little bit. We're missing one vehicle, and it is the concrete mixer. And yes, we'll have to wait until that short section of train track is done. We'll assemble the waste train in here, I think. Coal for... wait. What are you for? I think that's the train designed to bring coal to Segadoara, which I assembled prematurely. Don't think it's from anything else. I think that was its own only purpose. One locomotive for waste transportation, please. And we'll keep everything cleared. Once that one finishes construction, we can send out the locomotive. I need to set up the fire station first. Hello, Steffen. Thank you very, very much for the raid. How was your game? Did you figure out a solution to my wrong suggestion? Or did I ruin your game? Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm the Sprite Red. I stream Workers and Resources. Steffen is my apprentice. I mostly stream in English though. And I'm just joking. We're currently doing a challenge run where I am limiting myself to not build any distribution offices. Lastkraftwagen are the key. Yeah. They can haul a lot more than the forklifts, and I think it should work fine with the food production over there. But yeah, we're not using any distribution offices. We're currently at above 23,000 citizens, and everything has been set up with no distribution offices. There are vehicle routes everywhere. We have currently 185 routes running one really large settlement. Okay, that was only like bus and truck routes. We still have a few train routes. We have one really large settlement, a smaller town currently in the process of becoming a larger, and a bunch of villages. A little bit hard to see at night, but also very pretty. We're also running a challenge called Low Tech that I came up with, where after the game started bringing out research, I felt like that research was a little bit too easy and too frequent, where you basically ran through the research as soon as you had the ability to do it, and you didn't really care what you were researching. So in our game with Low Tech, we're only allowed to do research when we have research points, and research points only become available when you either have a settlement, gives you 1 research point, or every 2,500 citizens gives you a research point. And then you spend those research points on what you want to research, and then you can start researching towards it. But if you are trying to research something that does not unlock anything, it doesn't cost a research point at that moment. So there are a lot of researches in the beginning that do not actually give you anything, they just unlock more research. And those you would be able to do for free. So I hope your money issues have been resolved. Seems like you were on track with that. Let me just get that bridge in here. I think that'll look a little bit better than the very long bridge. I am paying my loan every month. Sounds good. Funny to see that my food factory runs at 100%, though there are more than 30 employees missing because of high productivity of my fellow citizens. Well, maybe then you can use the very efficient food factory to test if you add more workers, if the production goes up or not. Or if the 100% productivity is actually the limit. I really need to fix those roads, they look disgusting. I think we will have to fix those. Do we? I don't know. They will probably come back for other reasons. I think the game needs to run a patch for that first, before we can really do anything about it. It's full, still 100%. But yeah, can you have more than 100% is the question that I think Berlin is asked. So if you had more workers in there, can you produce more than 100%? we go. Picking up the waste wagons now. Saves workers. Okay. How to test, I think, was with my setup. Okay. Thought maybe it would work. High priority. High priority, please. We're currently building a incinerator setup. And the incinerator setup will run an electrified railroad from this waste storage to this waste storage, just because I wanted it. It's gonna be super silly. For no real reason. So the delivery happens here. We're gonna move it back behind the building. A small shunting train basically. Well, shunting the waste wagons over here, quote unquote. And then it's gonna get incinerated and then trains can pick it up from this storage. Everything is running, we're just waiting on the well, the train lines to get built. I'm also building a monstrous bridge over here because I wanted to run some passenger trains, and I figured the easiest way to do that would be to build a bridge that costs about 3,000 tons of bricks. Because why would I not build a bridge like that? And yeah, Hellas, our crown jewel. Large town running very well. Ran through some tough times with like losing about 66% of its population at one point because of a traffic jam. But it recovered fairly easy. As soon as we threw enough people at it, it just kept going. So I think it's a very robust setup. Oh my god, we're getting so little amounts of money now for iron. Yeah, our money was divided by 100. So instead of 1.5 billion, we only have 15 million US dollars now. So it looks reasonable, but everything is really, really cheap for us. Ridiculously cheap, so. How many train cars did you pick up? Nothing yet. Okay. Do you know if Marvin is streaming today? I thought he wanted to stream. Maybe he said Monday. I don't remember. I don't think I was there when he said it. Oh yeah, and regarding the very high rises. I don't know if you saw them. But they are in my town. They're centered around a few open areas. But I have a lot of other tall buildings around it. And I think it looks reasonable, except there's a little bit too much open space here, so this will probably still get developed into a town. So they aren't all at the edge of one of the map. And they are next to my radio station. The town is pretty flat because I basically had 4-story buildings here and then 10-story buildings here and then even smaller buildings here, so it goes down into the ground, but it doesn't really change the elevation much. Come on with the gas stations. Okay, never mind. Not a gas station problem here. Just slow vehicles, I guess. And yeah, lots and lots of infrastructure construction. Trying to stick with the terrain. We're going to set up a food factory area with all other facilities in here pretty soon, and then I don't have to export all of the crops from my farms anymore. And we can turn them into useful materials and probably outproduce our demand and export those instead. Well, what I'm waiting on right now is this train line to get built between the storage here and then this storage, and then we can set up our electrified train, which still needs waste wagons. I need to get like 6 or 8 waste wagons for that one too. I think it's the strongest electric locomotive from the eastern border I didn't look 100%, but I sorted it by value, and it was. I didn't find anyone that had more than 6,500. Acceleration will be key. Top speed doesn't really matter. So yeah. Still have to build this. Also high priority, please. And after all is done, we have to electrify the middle section. So I'm trying like a weird setup that's interesting. Efficiency is not really the point here. Efficiency would be that the incoming trains unload here instead. But I thought maybe we could use both unloading stations for this, and then there's a train moving back and forth. Problem could be if this runs full. I think this will not be an unloading station in this area. They can only unload over here. And yeah, we have a few extra meters of track on the outside to allow trains for bringing in import and then waiting in the area instead of standing around on the main rail line. And we're building a chemical plant setup, although I have no idea if this is going to work. 2 chemical plants with the ability to extend it quite a bit more. That is the plan. Each chemical plant would have gravel, oil, delivered by factory connections, like the conveyor. This is crazy low. That is maybe a little bit too low. But yeah. Resources delivered by conveyor or pipe. And then the rest is going to be delivered by 3 trucks through a road cargo station, because we can't have a distribution office. Fire station hasn't been built yet, but it's hopefully going to be set up soon. And once we have the fire station up and running, at that point we can start building all of the buildings. Currently bringing in 8 waste cars for the export train. I think before that I have to give the waste cars to the other train that is supposed to shovel it into the incinerator. Our other last long-term project is also nearing completion, which is the rail line construction from our starting area all the way over to this customs house. And we had to do a lot of work on that, because I had to flatten some terrain to get it to look nice, get the tunnels in, get the bridges to be built. We're also constructing from the eastern border. So we have set up on the eastern border a rail construction setup. It's not very extensive, but we have a fire station and a repair station, and then basically all of the supplies to construct the train line from this as well, with EDKs and a tunnel boring machine. Not a lot of workers for it, but as soon as we get it connected, as soon as we get it connected, at that point we can bring the EDKs to our other construction offices. I don't know what's going on with the lines going to the gas stations. Seems like they're bugging out a little bit too much today. Okay, I'll leave it here. 2 work days on that one. Please finish that too. Let's get that house built. We need a few extra workers once we want to run the chemical plants, basically. And a little bit of unemployment will be healthy for our economy. Currently at 3%. 400 people don't have work. It's basically people sitting in the metro in Hellas. We did a retrofit at metro after all of the town had been built. And it looks quite funky, because it's basically trying to cover all of the town in one single line. We only have 3 metro stops right now. There was the idea of maybe having another one over here, at which point we would have to tear down this tunnel if we wanted to do that. And the other one was to have a metro stop here for a tourism area. Tourism area is just basically a bunch of not that great looking hotels, but I did try and make another nice swimming pool area next to it. But yeah, then the metro would go through this section and back into the mountain hill and come out into a metro platform over here. We also need a prison soon, another one, before this causes any crime issues. Because if we start having crime issues, then our police network will not be sufficient anymore, and that is going to get super annoying. If we start a prison in this area, we need to make sure workers can get to it. We need to bring supplies here. But I think having the prison right behind the police station might be acceptable. So this would basically work if we just get rid of the footpath. We are lacking water and sewage so far, so that is a mild concern. Alternatively, I just hook it up to the road over here, but I did want to have the option of having a bridge going across, so I don't think that's going to be possible. We also don't have trucks moving the biological waste out of this area yet, do we? Yeah, we still need that truck. That will increase our fertilizer production. I'll go grab one. If I don't already have them here, I do not. You will have to pick up waste from here. Biological waste, and basically bring it across the bridge to not Luhasisk, but Lyoslav, into that import storage. And over here we're turning biological waste into fertilizer, and then moving it down to a train station, where we're loading 200 tons of fertilizer before sending it out to the farms. And it works quite well. Could maybe use a few extra workers. At some point we might run into capacity issues. We'll see how it handles now that Segadoa is also going to get hooked up. We have a little bit of an external storage here, so in the future the game will allow us to set warnings when storage is run full for waste as well. So I felt like to build these already, just to make sure that once that gets implemented, then we can just set the flag, warn me if it's full, and yeah, then I will have a warning system if the biological waste deliveries become too much for the area to handle. But the train has a lot of capacity, so I think the earliest issue could be the amount of workers inside the composting plant, but it still does 30 tons of biological waste a day, and that's like a lot. Don't need to worry about that too much. Bridge construction over here, almost done again. Then we can remove the dirt roads and let them resume their travels as per usual. Right now they have to take a little bit of a detour over a dirt road if they want to go back towards Hellas. Not many of them want to right now. But we had a lot of construction earlier because of this whole setup. You can go pick up more waste cars. I think we have like 4 of them left. So we need to run 2 more times, and then I guess we need 8 more. EAS waste. Quite expensive. You are gonna unload these. And I guess I will set up the same train line for you too. So we can carry out a few more. Even though you will have to wait until the other train gets back. But at least you can go ahead and refuel already. Train line getting built, very nice. Still have to assign this short section. And yeah, after that we'll have to electrify just a short bit. The one from this depot all the way to the storage. Don't need to electrify anything else. We're pulling electrified locomotives into that depot by diesel train, and then they can assume their duties in the area. Nothing more needed. Okay, building a lot of these looks a little bit weird, I think. I think we're gonna go back to gray on gray. Building a little bit closer to the bus stop. Everything is accessible for them, so it would be possible to build that. considering making a footpath route past here so they can get to the cinema. And also hooking up these footpath connections for the bus stop just for aesthetics. That means we won't have another tall building here, but I think I like that better. Move these ones slightly further apart. Hello Archer, welcome. Okay, let's take a look. Please pick up more and more. We need to run once more after that to assemble the second train, but we will have enough train cars to get one of the trains supplied. And that's all we need. So we should be hauling biological waste out of Segadoara now, hopefully. Where is our truck for that? Should have already picked up a load. It's hauling one right now. It's not too far to get towards the recycling area, but I do think we might need a second truck. Then again, Segadoara is not making that much biological waste, so I don't know. It's quite a trip, I guess. Okay, that was one delivery. Since the waste storage isn't filling up that quickly, I think it'll catch up. Does have to make a few extra trips though, before we can say for sure that we have enough. But I'm willing to give it a little bit of time. Hopefully not forgetting about it. And this track needs one more construction task, and then I guess all of the basic rail lines are done. We still need the one that actually allows us to pick up the waste from the area and haul it away. Yeah, they will have to build it a little bit extra. But at least we could start incinerating as soon as we have the railroad electrified. And instead of delivering electronic components to the close nearby construction office, I'll use the one that I used to build the metro. I'm just giving it the tasks in this area basically. We'll have to set up the electrification of our rail line. And I think that should be it. Have to build this one first. Hopefully this can be electrified. It looks like it can. Oh yeah, it changes the graphics. That's cool. We have electrified railroad over here now. Might be a little bit difficult to see. On the building, But the left side doesn't, because I have electrified train tracks coming in. That's a cool, neat detail. We'll keep that construction office open. This should get electrified really quickly, but yeah. It's a little bit of a ride all the way over here from our starting area. I wish I planned this area differently, but I guess we're gonna see how it looks like. Still waiting on the fire station to finish construction. Once that one is up, and I guess the train station, once both of these have been built, we can start sending out workers brought to the train station that then can walk into the fire station and make sure we can build everything up without it burning down. Should also put down some traffic signs for the intersections. Just the basic ones, I guess. This one is still getting built, so we will leave that one alone. This is done. Okay. And these ones won't exist as soon as we take off the dirt roads. But I guess we can give it some traffic signs as well. And I guess these ones have already been built, so the dirt roads can also be removed. This one has to stay, and these ones do not. Okay. That sets up everything for that area in regards to traffic signs. We'll have to keep an eye on the electrification of that train track and then assign... Well, it's basically 3 more construction tasks in total. This line shouldn't take too long. This one, which we can only do as soon as we can move in here and then turn around. And then this one, because it won't build through the electric connection for the railroad. Where is the train? I want my EDK so bad. Because these ones drive a little bit slow. But I guess we're almost there. But yeah, we'll have to do that 3 more times. Let's take a look at the waste train. We have to grab 1 more. I guess more than once then. We'll let you go out. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. We need 4 more. This would be the train running the incinerated waste after the fact back to the customs house. So this is like the train where everything could grind to a halt if we don't have enough. I have not planned a waiting platform for that train. We might at some point turn this into a one-way setup, where this is only going to be the exit, and there will be a waiting platform here with a loop into it. So we could have trains queuing up to load the the incinerated waste and transport it away, so the incinerator never stops running. There's our train, and yeah, that was 1 construction task. Would be nice if you could build the rest while you're here, but I guess we'll have to build these 2, and then the last one. After that, we can move the other train out. I'm going to use the train that we already gave some train cars to move those waste cars over to the other depot. So we can hook them up to the electric train. And then I gotta bring it back and basically pull the other wagons over as well. But not into the depot, just into the waste storage to actually load the waste. Hopefully it'll be long enough. The train itself, with 8 wagons, should not be that much longer than our existing waste trains, which are loading from our mining area. But it'll stick out the storage a little bit. Not too much though. So I believe we'll be fine. Gotta wait and see though. And yeah, as soon as we start incinerating our waste instead of selling it, we should then also set up a way to recycle the construction waste out of this. We basically have the setup already. It's just, yeah, it's not set up to do that yet. Because we basically will probably need another storage where we can then drop the construction waste into another storage facility and then drop that construction waste into the loading station, aggregate loading station for trains. Alternatively, we could sell it and bring it directly to the customs house. But I believe we will have a centralized construction waste recycling plant at some point. If we get more mines, like the coal mine, then having that would be a no-brainer. 2 construction vehicles should be moving out at the same time, so at least we will have a little bit of extra speed here. Let me know when that one finishes and I can assign the last construction task after that. And then we have the train line set up and can actually move our electrified train onto its task. Yep, you're spending a lot of time building that bridge, which makes sense. However, I want this bridge to be built when you're not building anything else, so it will be set to low priority. That doesn't mean I don't want it, that just means the other construction tasks go quicker and we should finish them. Personal car again. Jesus, that is so annoying. Then I guess you're not gonna wait until unloaded here anymore, if you're gonna be like that. At least we didn't have a bunch of construction vehicles queuing up to refuel. It was only a personal car coming back from bringing workers to the rail construction office, so it wasn't too bad. I would like to start operating the incinerator before I end the stream. We don't necessarily need to haul the incinerated waste out of it, but it would be nice if we did everything. Bring incinerated waste to be incinerated into the storage, bring it from this storage to this storage, which the more I think about it, don't ask, it's silly, I know. And then incinerate it and bring it out to the customs house. I would like to run all of these steps if possible, and I don't think we're very far away from them either. There's our waste wagons. And we have 2 more that we need to pick up from the border, so let's go get them. Then the other train will be brought back to pick up the waste wagons again. And it is going to run from the incinerator to the customs house to sell the waste that we incinerated. At some point it might go into a recycling facility instead. Waiting for the area to clear up so the train can move through. It's a little bit longer of a train here. Construction train trying to move through but getting blocked because reasons. I believe it wants to go that way, so should be fine. And if it doesn't, then we'll send it home manually. Looks like it's gonna go here and turn around. Yeah. I guess that makes a little bit of sense. There we go. Now that section of track first. Guess I don't need the notification since I'm watching it get built. And then finish that one, please. I hope I don't have too many wagons, that we can fit all of them onto this train. Yes, we can. Okay. That one is 146 meters, and the depot allows for 150 meters. So pretty good work. Didn't even do the math on it. We'll unassign you from the route, move you back to the depot, and we will assemble our... Okay, I guess we can't do it because this is full now. And then I guess we will move this train out of here to make some room. Okay. We'll assemble our export train, which will have to wait a little bit longer for the other railroads to get built, but it shouldn't be that long anymore. This section of track should also be built in one go, unless they already started it and didn't finish it. No, they didn't do anything here yet. It's a very long section of track, but only the power poles need to be in place, and the overhead power line basically. Can I fix the little bit of clipping issue with the autosave? Is that airplane road? I think so, right? This one does not like to go across, and I think this one is way too large, so I guess we can't really change that. Luckily it's covered by the fire station, and it's also not visible unless you zoom in very closely. Maintenance construction officers still need resources to be delivered to Segadawara before we can start operating that. You, on the other hand, I think I can already assign the route even if we don't have a connection yet. You will haul anything here, wait until fully loaded, and then you will wait until fully unloaded. And that's all you do. If you need repairs, there is a depot next to you with a repair station where 5 workers spend their day in, day out waiting on you to need repairs. And I guess after 30 years, when you need your first repairs, that's when you're gonna get them. Yeah, we're also waiting for the repair materials to be delivered to Segadawara, so we actually can send materials here, and then I guess at least a few vehicles can get some repairs occasionally. But right now this is basically not running, doing anything. It's sending out a rare construction vehicle to this one first and not this one for some reason. Interesting. But also slightly annoying. It's set to high priority. But we do have electricity, so there's no warning message about no electricity in the area. I do hope the electricity transmits through the building, since the power lines are showing. I believe that to be the case, but we don't know yet. I'll have to wait. That tunnel is done. Building all the way to the last tunnel. You're not complaining, you're fine. Yeah, that one's also close to completion. and the other one is being drilled through. So the rail line is very close to completion, and we can stock up on a bunch of EDKs very soon. Hopefully with our new and improved rail construction office, although this one will have to wait until we can actually bring some resources here. I'm not going to get truck routes all the way to Hellas, because it's all the way over there. Supplying our new rail construction office with resources from our rail yard here is a little bit far away. I would like to use a train for that. Let's take it a little bit off of that hill here. Is there a train moving here at some point? No, there is. Good. So this long section will finish last, but it should all be done in one construction task. I don't think we need to worry about that. The last worry, I guess, is will the electricity transmit through the building? We should know fairly soon. And that shouldn't be a secret for very long. Let's take a look at our other train that is supposed to move the waste away from the area. 2, 4, 6, 8. From here, waiting until loaded, only mixed waste should ever be in this storage. And then selling it at Baraslav Customs. So we will basically remove 2 trains bringing waste to the customs house and exchanging it by one that is slightly longer and should arrive there way less frequently. Mainly because we're incinerating the waste down into ash. And some of that ash can already dissipate while it gets dropped off into the storage. Although we'll load as much as possible. I will not worry about filtering out the ash. Or, more importantly, the other waste from the ash and then spreading the ash out to get it removed. Ash should not really be that expensive to sell for us. It isn't when the money has degraded in value. And it shouldn't be for us also. Why are you on that line? I don't know. That is fine. We will have to set this up as a one-way rail line at some point, but I don't have a switch yet. We'll have to put a switch here and then keep building this way. Then everything in this area could become a one-way line. You're in the way of electrifying my railroad. You better hurry up. I want to start the train. Yeah, the only trains that can move into this area are from this line, which will act as a waiting platform, so they can queue up if we have multiple settlements sending waste trains over. We have actually 2 from Hellas, one from the mine area, which technically is Korasna, and one from Hellas itself. Segadoara does not send a waste train yet. They basically bring it to the storage in Hellas. I think unemployment in Segadoaha is probably shooting up as we're building more buildings and not really having any employment for them. Doesn't look like it. Thought it would be, but seems like I'm incorrect. They can all find employment locally. You can almost go through. Just give it a little bit. Almost. There you go. Last bit of track. We'll put the electrified train out for business. I think I'll turn this one around, the switch, the signal, just so no train ever tries to use this area other than the electrified one. It shouldn't really do anyway, because there's no signal after this one, so they can't move in because this is always occupied by the electric train. But then again, I don't know if the electric train moves out of this building, if this then technically counts as a separate block. But yeah, I do not see any warning messages, so in theory our electrified train should be able to move. And I guess we're gonna find out how much electricity it actually will use. That is a lot. That is a lot. It's basically using as much as we're putting in here. Even more than that, but... if it's gonna use that much every time it starts running, then yeah. We probably have to give it a little bit more. Okay. Let's start delivering some waste here, I say. This one should be able to do that. So instead of going to the customs house, Calibios waste train export, instead of the customs house, you will now drop it off in here. And we'll make you go right away instead of waiting. We'll send you out. I will, however, also switch over the train for the waste from the mine. It's 50% construction waste approximately, so there will be a lot that is going to get incinerated that shouldn't be, but it's fine. Why do we have two trains here? That's completely wrong name. You're the technical service for the mine. And you're the train. Still have to wait with the moving of the waste away from the incinerator, but otherwise it looks okay. Alright, so the waypoint 2 can stay, the waypoint 4 must go. The customs house is gone, and in its place we have the incinerator delivery point. We could put this in as a waypoint, that would make it foolproof, kinda. Yeah, I think we should do that. Let's give it that waypoint. Not sure why it thinks it's moving out of that area, but sure. It's currently at the mine. And then the other train should also move out. We're going to send out the one from the mine first. Make sure everything is set up correctly with the route. Should be okay. There's not much else to it. We're just going a different way now. I really would like you to not go through the gas station, thank you. Okay, let's move that train out. Go to waypoint. And same for you, you don't need any waypoints. We didn't build that complicated after the fact. This is our waste train once we have the connection, and this one is the other train. So now we should be receiving some waste. 180 tons, kinda. Construction train getting stuck somewhere. Hopefully not next to the incinerator, but very likely next to the incinerator. We're going to send out the train back that was electrifying the last section of railroad. And I guess you are done building 2. As I said, I haven't set that up as double track yet, so there's a little bit of an issue with the construction trains in the area. But otherwise it should work. This train will move into the waiting area. After we see how long that is, we can place some extra signals. This is basically a one-way lane already. And then we have the option to maybe have up to 3 trains that can wait here. We have to wait and see. No pun intended. Yep, that's room for 3 trains. Excellent. We're gonna bring more, less waste here than the other train can load. And apparently it can't load because of lack of electricity. What's going on? Maybe because it's dropping in mixed waste and hazardous waste. It's getting a little bit confused. It's all hazardous waste, and this train I guess decided to load mixed waste and now doesn't know what to do. Maybe this is going to end poorly for me. Maybe this is not going to end well with that setup. I mean, the other option is just telling it to not wait until loaded, I guess. Oh yeah, now it loads it. Okay. Do not wait until loaded, just constantly run back and forth. I do believe we will have to bring more electricity to the rail connection. That, well, I mean, it should be fine. We basically restrict on how much electricity the engine can draw, so it doesn't overload the grid. But it looks like it can really pull a lot of freight. It's a little bit unfortunate about the started loading mixed waste while the other train was unloading. So now the train will basically run around all the time, which isn't ideal. But at least it'll work. And it's completely pointless, and I love it. That is a lot of pollution. Oh yeah, what's the other train doing? I assigned that directly, didn't I, without specifying which way you should enter the area? Let's So there should probably be the assignment here that you need to use that waypoint. Although I don't know where you are. Looks like you already unloaded and went back. Not sure why you didn't move in that way, but I guess it's fine. So the concept stands and works, it's just this train is really inefficient. Which was to be expected. That's basically what it was set up to do. I guess the problem is that this train has a combination of mixed waste and hazardous waste. So if there's no hazardous waste here, it basically doesn't combine the waste into both. So I guess we could solve that by dumping the hazardous waste in here too. I don't know. In most cases there shouldn't be an issue, but right now there could be. So we can't tell this train to wait until loaded. So it's basically moving back and forth, drawing a lot of electricity at that point. Construction waste, metal scrap, and a bunch of ash. So yeah, lots of construction waste from the mine. When we get that out of here, then when we get that handled, then the amount of waste being put out by the incinerator will be reduced by a lot, and then the capacity of this whole setup will last us for a very long time. We're almost over 24,000 citizens in our republic, which is looking pretty neat. I think next time we can finish the chemical setup. Almost ready with that. Fire station is available now. We'll give it a fire truck, maybe two. I'm not sure how combustible this whole area is. We'll get 4 buses, and they're supposed to go from here. Could send them directly to the fire station, I guess. Don't really need that. Only workers with an education, please. And I don't think we have an end station in that area because we're planning to not have a bus route in the future here. This is only for getting started, I guess. So we're going to temporarily use that end station for this purpose. We'll have to wait for the other buses to get here. We don't need 100% workers either. %30 should be enough, which would be about 30 workers. Let's wait for all the buses to get here, refuel themselves, and then we'll send them out on that route. I guess I can also set up the main road to be a one-way road now. At least up to the next intersection. A little bit unfortunate. I mean, I could fix it by basically separating the train out into different train cars for each material. And then only waiting until loaded for mixed waste, but we're sending in a lot of hazardous waste for how our setup works, I guess. Maybe it's... Let's put it back in. Let's see if that was maybe only an issue for the beginning. because there was a train basically unloading at the same time as this train started running. Moving from one train to another train. So inefficient. You're gonna love it. It's great. We're almost at the point where we can also send out the other train that is then intended to move everything to the customs house. And yeah. Doesn't look like we will need another train anytime soon for that. But if we do, there should be a way here to get a small loop going. Basically with the rail line going past here, dipping out in, getting a loop in, and hooking up from this side. With a little bit of an extra waiting place for a second train. Now the question is, what happens if the other train arrives here that is hauling hazardous waste? That is what interests me. This one. The one where everything is mixed. Please move out and let us know. That's a lot of waste. It's mostly tourist waste. Those 4 hotels are chucking out so much waste, it's ridiculous. But a tourist industry with a recycling industry would be quite neat, I think. You're basically selling them goods and then recycling all of the disposable packaging. Okay, what are you going to do? It's unloading hazardous waste first and then maybe the mixed waste after? And if there's hazardous waste in here, the other train won't load it anymore because apparently they don't combine it in here. Unless the wait until loaded checkbox is off. But that's unfortunate. I think if I turn off the checkbox then it works. I don't want it to drive around endlessly. Yep, now it's dumping the mixed waste into the same storage on top of the hazardous waste. How it should. So that means if I remove the checkbox here, it will work. Can you try again before unloading so we can see maybe? Will you load mixed hazardous waste on top now? No, doesn't want to combine it inside the train itself. That's a little bit unfortunate. Then I guess we can't have the checkbox on wait until loaded enabled. Also because the train has like extra length. The last train cars probably load and unload a little bit slower. I wonder what the pollution in this area is. Because I don't have a pollution monitoring station, all I can do is check over here, but yeah, this is all green. Water quality is pretty good. And then as you get closer and closer to the incinerator, it starts going down. And Buildings show up as yellow by default, no matter the pollution, but the hazardous waste in this area should cause a lot of it. Okay, so in general it works. As the waste deliveries increase, at some point this might get overloaded and maybe we'll just drop off the waste directly in here. But yeah, intermittent storage works. A little bit of a buffer. It's basically a warning system. If this storage runs full, then we're getting too much waste delivered. If this storage runs full, then the incinerator has a problem. Or the output. If this one runs full, the output has a problem. Okay. I think we're going to set up the trains for moving the waste out of here. I basically had this open for a while. We're just waiting for the train lines to get built and then we can send a train here. Hopefully it won't be too long. I think we have enough distance to fit that train into this area. Good. This one is... well, I don't know if the incineration was already done, but it should be able to dump extra waste on top of mixed waste. This train line has priority. Please finish the construction of that. Ah, what a nice incinerator, right next to the river. I guess this is going to probably become the picture for the episode at the end. It's pretty busy. I mean, it's only costing electricity and a little bit of wear for the train to run back and forth. We have accounted for that. The infrastructure for the chemical setup slowly getting up. I still don't know about setting up a village to bring some workers here, just to make sure the fire station keeps running even if Segadoara has like a collapse. Because if Segadoara collapses and we don't bring workers here to the fire station, then this whole area could have problems with burning down, which would be unfortunate. Next time we'll also be ready with setting up our new rail construction office by the looks of it. Still have to build this section of track to bring some actual materials here. We have to configure a train after building the track to bring gravel to this area. It will probably be imported gravel until we can build this bridge to hook up our own gravel production facility to the rail network. We make a lot with only 2 quarries. Okay, so yeah, at some point this might run into problems, but I think this area has a lot of capacity to incinerate all of the waste of our republic. With 24,000 people, this incinerator is not anywhere close to capacity. And once we start moving out the construction waste, before we send it to the incinerator, it'll be much better. There will only be a little bit of metal scrap in the waste and the rest will be ash. Could recycle that after the fact, but I think the metal scrap is coming somewhere from the Hellas City from the tourists, and I don't want to spend effort on setting up a bunch more routes for recycling the metal scrap right now. Especially since we need like a dedicated setup for each type of waste resource. I mean, it could go into the same waste storage as the biological waste. We could have, with the mixed waste and the hazardous waste, we are using one container group, and then the biological waste could get the metal scrap. And then later on, plastics would be an option, but plastics we just incinerate, I think. As you should, right? That's how you deal with plastics waste. We will need one more construction task after that for sure, I think. But once this is set up and we have both rail lines built and this switch hooked up, we can start the other train to run the exports. This will also need 2 construction tasks, which is fine. But yeah, we're set up in a way where also trains coming in from this side should also be able to deliver waste to be incinerated into this setup. I do believe I will build something like this again, but I might put the incinerator somewhere further inwards, but the delivery point for picking up the waste will be close to the main line. So this makes a lot more sense. This would make a lot more sense at that point. Shame that it doesn't mix the waste inside the train itself. But yeah, lots of waste being generated here. Hellas is making a lot of a mess. $24,000 people. If we stick with the initial goal of coming up to 50,000 people, we are 1,000 people shy of being halfway there. If we were just building settlements, we could get to 50,000 easily, in the sense that nothing is really hindering us from just placing down a bunch of residential buildings. But I would like to have 50,000 people with a purpose. They all need to do something that actually matters. Building a large residential area for just having people, and then building a quote-unquote fake building where they work in. Or something that doesn't really matter that much. Like, we could build another TV station and employ a lot of people, but I don't think it would matter for us. At some point the loyalty is probably going to switch over where a TV station actually becomes necessary. I would have assumed that it might have already happened, but I guess they're happy enough with a radio station. Almost done with that train line. We will pause this one, so we will go directly into this construction site and finish this, hopefully. And then we can send out the last train, and at that point I believe I will call the stream. And then I guess next time when the chemical setup gets built and we worry about hooking everything else up, we either have to think about building another settlement, or maybe Chet can come up with a decision on what other industry to build. But I do believe the coal mine plus a steel setup in this area is going to be necessary. Steel production. I still don't know if you can pick up steel from the steel mill directly. I think you can. With direct routes that might be pretty cool, because then we don't need these external storages, we just build a train yard setup. Of like one, similar to the incinerator, we'll have one train always moving the resource out of the steel mill into a storage, rather than building an external storage attached to it with a factory connection. And we don't have to store it directly on site, we can put the storage somewhere else. Coal and iron could also be delivered by train directly into the building. We still have to build a setup for the ore processing. Otherwise that won't work. Since we only have raw iron, we would need iron ore processing. But the coal mine in the area would get its coal ore processing right at the bottom of the hill. We could pick it up, deliver it to the steel mill, and also to all of our heating plants, so they don't have to go to the customs house anymore to get more resources. I don't actually know what our highest import is. The Soviet bloc is only one settlement. So the Soviet bloc imports should not be that dramatic. A little bit of steel for construction, some fuel, bricks. Why do we have that much material? Interesting. Import of Western resources, way higher, as it should be. Can't believe that Kolata is consuming so many resources. We basically have to work on hooking those up to the train line as well. And send them deliveries from the west instead. You can ignore. Oh, there's already a train here, never mind. Construction train can ignore, because that one wants to turn around. Then the other train should be able to leave out of this area. And I guess these signals are basically futile and should be removed. Okay, very cool. Go back to Krasna Iron Mine. You're not supposed to be in here. Turn around, turn around. Thank you. I did remove that signal, maybe a little bit too early. And the train should be able to leave soon, hopefully. I mean, we should put these signals in place. Oh god. Construction train getting in the way, of course. You're gonna go away, please. We will turn this into a one-way connection, because this is basically running materials here already. So it only makes sense to do that. Autosave. Hopefully we get the construction of the remaining train lines in place with what we are doing right now. They should be able to turn around by basically going into the storage if they can finish the construction of that one. This one has unassigned itself because of the one-way connections that I made. Like the signals. Basically prevent trains from going there. But as soon as that one has been built, we can assign this construction task again. Then I guess we have to build it from this side instead. And yeah, after this section has been built, the other train can be moved out. And our waste incineration setup is complete. A little bit of a mess at the end with the rail construction in the area, but should work fine. Construction task is done. This train will get stuck because of the signals that I placed. We'll help it home, but we could assign the other construction task. And after that one is done, yeah, basically ready. We'll pause that one, we don't need it. Last coffee. Can you show which research did you use, please? The research that I did, I can show. They reorder that? No. we have done the following researches. Steel production. So I'm only gonna say those that did actually unlock something. Steel production, steel cables, big monuments, prefab panel construction into durable prefab panels, woodcutting planting policy, very lucrative. Chemistry, this episode. Geological map, to see where the resources are. Waste separation and waste separation edification. Broadcasting radio signals, broadcasting influence, radio broadcasting influence. Secret police. Education for only the most loyal citizens. Advanced hotel standards and Western country tourists. And then also container standards. But that was an experimental thing. Unfortunately, not yet successful. How many towns did I build? I think we're up to 9 settlements now. We have Luhasisk, 1. Segadoara 2. Lyoslav 3, Klibriosk 4, Hellas, all 1 settlement 5, Somaska 6, Korasna 7, Kolata 8, where's the 9th? Let me count by numbers without saying the names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's the 9th one? I thought we built 9. Let's sort our list of settlements by population. Hellas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm missing one that I'm missing on the map somewhere. Hellas, Korasna, Segadoara, Somaska, Kolata, Tapovina, Luhasic, Kliperisk, Lyoslav. So yeah, we have 9 settlements. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this one, the farming settlement. I forgot about Tapovina. This is the farming settlement. 9 researchers from towns and 4 from population. Actually, we did more than that. We have 9 researchers from population. At 25,000 we would have 10. We have 9 right now. So in total we have 18 researchers, one of which we still have spare. Unless I missed a research, but yeah, we did quite a few researches already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we have 1 research left. Too late, already showed it. Let me show you again. Okay, still waiting on that rail line to be built. Rail construction vehicle is on its way. As soon as there is a bit of space to go through, I guess. But we can wait. I think the money for wood is going up again, because if we didn't adjust for the times 100, we would have made 9 million last month. Is it a song? I don't think so. No, I don't think. Let me show you again as a song. I think it's a threat. I think that's something different. Okay, last construction task. And then I guess we can already send out the other train. It'll have to refuel anyway. And this train can then leave through its newly constructed train line. And these signals can be set up to be permanent now. which they should be. I guess this one isn't built yet. Sure, that's enough. Come on, finish that rail construction. The other train's gonna be here soon. I mean, I think it's already done refueling. It should be on its path. Can we see the other train from here? Not yet. There might be a maximum... Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a maximum distance for the highlight, but it's coming. I can see it now. Yeah, the construction train's gonna be a little bit in the way, but hopefully not for too long. Okay, you should have not braked there. Is that not a block signal? No, it's not. That way should be correct. Okay, now you gotta wait for the construction train to finish, but it's already done basically. It's building the other side of the track now. So yeah, our setup should work the way it's set up now. We're bringing in hazardous and mixed waste to the area, incinerating it, and the train moving the waste out of this area basically doesn't have that much to do. We already had a lot of deliveries here, so should have no problem getting to the customs house and selling all of the waste with one train. And I also believe that our locations like the mine should not run into waste problems, hopefully. Even if the transportation route is a little bit longer, because it can unload much faster in the area than at the customs house, if I saw it correctly. That is one of the advantages, I guess. Unloading goes quick, loading takes a while. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for me for today. So we are going to end the stream here. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you all a good Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, wherever you are. Give vitamins, extra protection research for cold, give children promotion, and stay happy. We got nothing of that right now. Good weekend to you all too. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good day. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.